Hello everyone, welcome to part 2 of my limited set review of Modern Horizons 3 new set, Magic the Gathering. So, you know what, we're not gonna waste any time today, let's just get into it. And today I'm starting with the green color. And the first card is Baskin Brute Scale for 2 mana, 1 and 1 green. Creature Eldrazi Lizard with Devoid 2/2. It has activated ability of 2, 1 and 1 green, Adapt 1, which means that if this creature has no +1/+1 counters, you put +1/+1 counter on it. And whenever one or more +1/+1 counters are put on Baskin Brute Scale, you may create a 0/1 colorless Eldrazi Spawn token. Listen, this is great. This is amazing to drop. Honestly, I really like it. It would be especially great. I mean, it's good on its own, but in absent colors, I would assume it's gonna shine. So I would say that. So this is like a 3. This is great to drop. Yeah, very, very solid. All right, next up is Birthing Ritual. This is a mythic card for 2 mana, 1 and 1 green enchantment. A lot of text, so bear with me. At the beginning of your end step, if you control a creature, look at the top 7 cards of your library. Okay. Then you may sacrifice a creature. If you do, you may put a creature card with mana value X or less from among those cards onto the battlefield, where X is 1 plus the sacrificed creature's mana value. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Okay, so the ability Birthing Ritual, since like Birthing Pod reminds me of this card too. You know what? I don't think it's a limited card at all, right? Like cards like this, they just never play out in limited. So obviously, it's a constructed card. So not for limited, which also kind of makes sense because it's mythic. And anyway, let's move on. Collective Resistance for 2 mana, 1 and 1 green. We have instant with Escalate. What does it mean? It means that pay this cost for each mode chosen beyond the first. Okay. So we can pay additional green mana and choose one or more. Destroy target artifact, destroy target enchantment, or target creature gains hexproof and indestructible until end of turn. Okay. Actually, I think that this card can be main decked in this format because there are a lot of enhancements, there are a lot of artifacts, and you know, you can just use it as a sort of protection spell, right? Combat trick. I think it's all right. I would give it a 2, however, or 2.5. Well, let's give it a 2, you know? It's fine, it's playable. Again, depends on the format. But I'm pretty sure that you can main deck it. At least, like, you know, 1 copy is fine. Or, you know, of course, it's perfect sideboard card. Okay. Next up, Colossal Dreadmask for 6 mana, 4 and 2 green. Artifact equipment. Equip cost is 5. What does it do? It's a living weapon. Nice. Equipped creature gets +6/+6 and has trample. So, okay. For 6 mana, we have basically creature 6/6 with trample, and then when we trade or something, the equipment stays. And this is good. Honestly, this is good. I think it's like 2.5 still, but it's alright. We've seen like similar cards before, and they were fine. I mean, not great, not terrible, but definitely playable. All right. Next up, we have a mythic card, Ella Damri, or Vigdal. Sorry if I pronounce it wrong. For 3 mana, 1 and double green, have a creature 3/3 elf warrior. You may look at the top card of your library anytime. Okay, that's useful. You may cast creature spells from the top of your library. Even better. And an activated ability for 1 green and tap. Tap 2 untapped creatures you control. Reveal a card from your hand or the top card of your library. If you reveal a creature card this way, put it on the battlefield. Activate during your turn. Listen, this is good. Yeah. This is solid. Honestly, an excellent card, even for limited. Especially like limited is mostly creature based. You know, I mean, in limited you would have a mostly creature based deck. That's what I meant. So what is it? 3 on 3.5. I think it's excellent. Like, the ability is honestly great if it lives. Good morning, Zachary. Honestly, I like it. Is it 4? So you know what? I mean, it's a mythic. I think it's a 4. I mean, I would totally first pick it. Right? Yeah, like... Just imagine pure value. If it lives, then yeah, it's great. Honestly, static ability is great, activated ability is good. So yeah. Definitely, yeah, I agree actually. Yeah, it's a must kill. True. Alright. Yeah, card advantage, yeah. Totally. Moving on. Eldrazi Repurposer for 3 mana, 2 and 1 green. We have a creature Eldrazi 3/3 with Devoid. So I guess all of the Eldrazi have Devoid. And Chibotella, thank you so much for your follow, or Cibotella, and you truly appreciate it. Listen, Devoid. I was a little bit confused about Devoid, but what is it? Is it just for flavor? I don't know, tell me. Alright, when you cast this spell and when Eldrazi Repurposer dies... Okay, already, good. Create a 0/1 colorless spawn token. This is nice. This is great. So actually, even if it gets countered, you still get your token, because when you cast the spell, right? That is actually important. I mean, it's not your... At the same time, it's not an ETB ability, which you can maybe flick or something, but it's alright. Okay, let me read the chat. So for things that care about colorless, like when you cast a colorless spell, or if you control colorless permanent... Yeah, right, here. Okay. Makes sense. So it's not purely flavor. I get it. Okay, this is good. Honestly, it's expandable creature, even though it's your like 3/3 for 3, but not exactly. It gives you these tokens. It's great. It ramps you. I think it's gonna be very useful, especially in well, I mean, in this archetype. I think there is a sort of hidden archetype with Eldrazi. I may be wrong. Should I give it a 3, I think? think it's a good one. Just because of those tokens and... Okay, you know, still, it's a fine body for 3 mana, 3/3/4/3. Recently, it's kind of frowned upon, 3/3/4/3, but come on, it gives you tokens. All right. Next up is Evolution Witness for 3 mana, 2 and 1 green. Creature 2/1 with activated ability of 2, 1 and 1 green, adapt 2. And whenever 1 or more +1/+1 counters are put on this creature, return target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. Nice, 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 nice twist. Sort of, you know, Eternal Witness, right? Not really, but honestly, this is great. I feel like Adapt is also gonna be quite strong archetype. I don't know, or at least, you know, now in my mind, I can put it all together how it would work, and I think it's pretty strong. Honestly, like there is a synergy definitely. Adapt to, like when you put counters and whatnot with a bunch of other creatures. Right. The ability is great. I think it's a 3, definitely. Maybe even more, but I think it's a 3. 3 is... Yeah. I mean, you cast it on your turn 3. It's 2/1. Not very excited, but you know what? This creature is more for mid/late game. More so late game, right? And it becomes 4/3, which is fine. I guess it's okay. 3, I think, is fair mark. I like this creature. Alright. Next up, Fanatic of Kronos. It's a rare card for 2 mana, 1 and 1 green, creature 1/4. It adds 1 green mana for tap. With Ferocious, you add 4 green mana. Ferocious means that you can only activate it if you control a creature with 4 or greater. And it also has Eternalize 4, so for 4 mana, you exile this card from your graveyard and create a token that's a copy of it, except it's a 4/4 Black Zombie token. Nice, this is great, honestly. I mean, of course, it's not your Bombi Bomb. It's not that rare that wins you a game, but it's very good. Grants you, it's a fine to draw, then, you know, when it dies, it actually comes back. It comes back even stronger with Eternalize. Yeah, I really like it. I think it's a 4. I mean, I would totally first pick it. The question is it 4, 3, and 5? I think it's 3.5. 4 mana, 4/4 that taps to add 4. Crazy. Well, yeah. This is planned for late game. Do you need that much mana later on? I'm not sure. But you know what? It's a mana dork with nice stats, right? I mean, I agree. Like, all in all, I think it's a 4. Yeah, probably this format is gonna be mana hungry. Especially in these colors, I would assume. We shall see. I mean, I'm still a little bit on a fence, 3.5 or 4. It's definitely somewhere there, but honestly, I would first pick it for sure. Benevel, thank you so much for a follow. Hello. Okay. Next up, Banks of Colonia for 2 mana, 1 and 1 green sorcery. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control, then double the number of +1/+1 counters on each creature that had a +1/+1 counter put on it that way, and it has overload of 6. You may cast the spell for its overload cost. If you do, change target and its text to each. Okay, this is good. This is fine. I mean, it's good on its own, I agree. But imagine in the right archetype, in the archetype that, you know, based on this +1/+1 counters, this is gonna be insane. It's an excellent card. Just like, imagine it's already sort of for 2 mana +2/+2 counters, right? Just like if you don't have other creatures with +1/+1 counters. This is gonna be huge. I'm just thinking. Even though it's a sorcery, it's still great. It's like 3.5 maybe. I think this is gonna be huge, honestly. I'm hesitating a bit just because, you know, you have to be careful when you cast this card. But other than that, honestly, I can see how this card can win you a game. Like, easy. So, alright. Let's give it 3.5. Let's be generous. And again, I just want to remind you that this is the first time that I see these cards. It's my first impression. So, yeah. All your comments and discussion, you know, is very much appreciated and welcomed. And we are moving on to the next card, Flare of Cultivation. It's a rare for 3 mana, 1 and double green sorcery. You may sacrifice a non-token green creature rather than pay this mana spell cost. Alright, so this is another card from this cycle with alternative mana cost. Not mana cost, sorry. So the effect, search your library for up to 2 basic land cards, reveal those cards, put one onto the battlefield tapped and the other into your hand, then shuffle. Okay. So, you know what, it's fine. I mean, in limited, you probably wouldn't cast it for the alternative cost. Not sure, unless you do have a bunch of expendable creatures and maybe some synergy based on sacrifice, not sure. Yeah, it's a cultivate with an alternative cost, but mana cost, you know, it's a little bit, you know, not too convenient. You have to be in green, but I mean, it's okay. How do I rate this card? Because it's a rare, you know. If it was common or even uncommon, it would be better for limited, right? But it's a rare, so you won't see it that often. yeah, Flare of Cultivation, right? We see a lot of how do I say, like flashbacks to the previous cards, right? Sort of. How do I rate this card? 2 and 5, 2.5. I don't like that it's rare, but it is what it is. I mean, I think... No, even for Cultivate, it's still like 0.5, but Damn, it's a rare. Next up, Foul Strike. Oh, this art though. This art, yeah, we've seen it all over Twitter. Anyway, for 2 mana, 1 and 1 green instant, destroy target creature with flying, and it has reinforced 2, so for 3 mana, 2 and 1 green, discard a card, put 2+1/+1 counters on target creature. This is fine. This is nice, honestly. Definitely good sideboard card, but I mean, you can probably main deck it too if you have this counter synergy. Guess it's still 2. Right. Sorry. Next up, yeah, kind of appreciate this art. Gift of the Viper. Or 1 green mana, instant. Put a +1/+1 counter, a reach counter, and a death touch counter on target creature on tap it. Nice. Honestly, this is nice. Just for 1 mana, you put a +1/+1 counter. The rest of it, I mean, it's fine, but I guess this +1/+1 counter is what matters. Honestly, this is gonna be like very, very sneaky, especially that it costs only 1 mana. I think it's like 2.5. Imagine how great it would be in this archetype with counters. Honestly, I like it. I wouldn't cast it proactively in combat, but you know, you have options. Just these cards, they're good, but you have to play them smart. Otherwise, it can be easily blow out for you. Right. Next up is Horrific Assault. For 1 green mana, sorcery. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature or planeswalker you don't control. If you control an Eldrazi, you gain 3 life. Okay, this is amazing. Buy it for 1 mana, even though it's sorcery. I don't care, it costs you 1 mana. And it gets even better. You can gain 3 life if you control an Eldrazi. I think it's like 3.5 easy. You know, premium green removal, right? Just for 1 mana, it's ridiculous. Yeah, I agree. The art is amazing. Nice. Justine Jones is the name of the artist. Right, next up, the Hunger Tide Rises. It's an enchantment saga for 3 mana, 2 and 1 green. We have 4 lore counters, first, second, and third. You would create a 1/1 black and green insect creature token, and the last chapter, the 4th, sacrifice any number of creatures, search your library and or graveyard for a creature card with mana value less than or equal to the number of creatures sacrificed this way and put it onto the battlefield. If you search your library this way, shuffle. Okay. I mean, just on its own already, right, to get 3 tokens, so you can put it onto the battlefield with like all these shenanigans, a creature with mana value 3 or less already, which is okay, but I think that you can do better than that in the right archetype. And it's an interesting card, to be honest. I'm not sure about it, because turn 3 you tap out, you create a token. I mean, What do I think about this card? Honestly, I'm not sure. I think it's quite specific. Quite specific for it to be good. You gotta be doing something more than getting a 3-drop 4 turns later than paying your 3 mana. True, true. That's a good point. That's a good point. I think it's 2.5, you know? It's quite specific. Sort of like in the build around territory, right? I'm reading the comments, so it's gonna be used in a specific build with sacrifice energy or some other build around. Agreed. Right, next up, Hydra Trainer for 2 mana, 1 and 1 green. Have a creature 1/1. You may exert Hydra Trainer as it attacks. When you do, target creature gets +X until end of turn, where X is the number of counters on permanents you control. And it also has Adapt 2 for 3 mana, 2 and 1 green. Nice. Honestly, nice. So yeah, like in the set, what I find fascinating is that you have everything, right? All of the mechanics from a bunch of sets in the past. This is crazy. This is a very solid 2-drop. Of course, first thing that you think of is this +1/+1 counter archetypes, or I don't know, shall I call it just a counter archetype? Absent colors, I would assume. But like on its own, I think it's still good, you know? It's still great. I think it's a 3 solid, so just imagine like turn 2. It's super aggressive. Could it be like even 3.5? Because imagine you cast in turn 2. Turn 3, you adapt it. You exert it. And you just smash for 5. Am I right? This can be actually insane. Or just, you know, you attack for 3, which is also not bad. Wow, is it 3 or 3.5? Honestly, I really like it. It's an excellent creature, but alright, let's give it a 3. But I mean, this is good stuff here. I think this is very aggressive. Alright. Next up, Line Umbra. For double green, we have Enchantment Aura. Enchant Modified Creature. Enchanted creature gets +3/+3 and has Vigilance and Reach. Umbra Armor means that if enchanted creature would be destroyed, instead remove all damage from it and destroy this aura. So okay, I don't like the mana cost. I don't like that. It's quite specific. Listen, it's very specific to this archetype, right? You have to have a modified creature in to justify playing it. And also, like, the effect is probably not worth it. Because if your creature is already modified, why would you want to modify it even further? I don't know. I don't like it. I think it's, you know, it's not good. Not good enough. Like, all things combined. Doesn't have flash. I mean, if it had flash, it would make more sense, but still. Double green? Nah. And yeah. No, this is, you know, too specific. Maybe the sideboard card in this archetype, where you have a lot of modified creatures, like meaning this big counter archetype, +1/+1 counter archetype. Okay, moving on. Malevolent Rumble. For 2 mana, 1 and 1 green, sorcery, reveal the top 4 cards of your library. You may put a permanent card from among them into your hand, put the rest into your graveyard, and create a 0/1 Eldrazi spawn token. Oh, okay. Honestly, I mean, it's good that you put any permanent, right? Like a land. I mean, I think it's playable. I normally don't play these cards, but I'm pretty sure it's quite alright, especially in this archetype, in the Eldrazi, so to speak, archetype slash ramp. Yeah, it's gonna be useful, but I would say that it's still a level of a filler. I mean, it's quite specific, right? I like the fact that you put cards into a graveyard and not on the bottom of the library, actually. Yeah, this is fine, but you know, if you need it. Okay, Monstrous Vortex. For 4 mana, 3 and 1 green, enchantment. Whenever you cast a creature spell with power 5 or greater, discover X, where X is that spell's mana value. Whoa, okay. The effect is awesome. So again, this is a build around. But again, my problem with cards like that is that you tap out and you do nothing. It doesn't affect your war state or the situation in the game. But yeah, and imagine if you need blockers, you top deck this. If you're losing, if you're behind. Yeah, this is quite specific. I would say that this is like 2.5. This is definitely build around. You need a very, very specific deck for this. Like if you're able to ramp out and to cast it earlier than your turn 4 and then, you know, start smashing those big creatures, then yeah, then it's definitely good. Alright. Nightshade Triad. For 2 mana, 1 and 1 green, creature 1/2 with Death Touch, and to activate abilities, you either add a colorless mana or you add 1 mana of any color. And you know what? This colorless mana is actually a sort of your like 6th color, right? In the format. Because you cannot, it's very specific. It's a colorless mana and that's it. You cannot spend any other color. Okay, so anyway, this creature, this is good. Definitely, it's a good mana dork, and especially if you're in this Eldrazi archetype and whatnot, you would need this. You would need access to the colorless mana. And just all in all, you know, good mana dork. That seems very important in Eldrazi. Absolutely, absolutely. It ramps out and gives you access to this colorless. So yeah, it's good. Nyxborn Hydra. For X and 1 green, enchantment creature 0/1 with Bestow X and double green, reach trample. So Nyxborn Hydra enters the battlefield with X +1/+1 counters on it. Classic. Enchanted creature gets +1/+1 for each +1/+1 counter on Nyxborn Hydra and has reach and trample. Okay, so as I was saying before, I think all of these enchantment creatures are very good. Again, I like versatility. I like that you have options for different stages of the game. It's very important, and yeah, this is good, honestly. Okay, chat, also having Death Touch on your mana dork means it's still relevant late game when you don't need the mana anymore. True, absolutely. Okay, next up, Path of Annihilation for 4 mana, 3 and 1 green. This enchantment with Devoid, so it has no color. When it enters the battlefield, create 2/0/1 colorless Eldrazi spawn tokens. Then Eldrazi you control have tap, add 1 mana of any color. Nice, so all your spawns not only give colorless but also mana of any color, which is nice. And whenever you cast a creature spell with mana value 7 or greater, you gain 4 life. Alright. Okay, so this is quite specific, but I like it. So basically for 4 mana, you ramp out, you get those spawn tokens, and I feel like you have to be in this archetype, sorry, for this card to work on its fullest, to justify playing it even, right? So it's sort of build around or other specific to a certain archetype, to this ramp / Eldrazi. Sorry, just a little bit moving things here. We're good. Okay. Next up, Primal Prayers for 4 mana, 2 and double green enchantment. Rare. When Primal Prayers enters the battlefield, you get 2 energy counters. You may cast creature spells with mana value 3 or less by paying energy rather than paying their mana cost. Whoa. If you cast a spell this way, you may cast it as though it had flash. Whoa. Oh my god. Nice. Honestly, this is different because, okay, you tap out 4 mana, you cast this enchantment, but imagine if you're in this energy archetype, you already like you can cast your creature spells for energy. This is amazing, and even on your opponent's turn. Wow, this is great. This is nice. I would give it a 4. Honestly, this is great. I'm just now, like my initial thought, yeah, this is amazing. But at the same time, it's not so universal, right? You have to be in this energy archetype for it, again, to work at its fullest. And to be that busted. But actually, I think that it's gonna be pretty easy. The question is that, not the question, the problem is that probably energy archetype is in Jeskai colors, right? Mostly. Settlers on the pseudo Alaran. Yeah. Or it's like 3.5, honestly. It's just I have to see how many cards in green support this energy archetype. I'm not sure. The card exists already, but better. Yeah. Right, but I'm just debating, talking through it from the limited perspective. Could be like green, white. You know what? I'll give it 3.5 just because I don't think green supports this energy archetype. Seriously? I think it's fine. I think it's good. And the problem is that, yeah, I already talked about it, that the green does not really support this energy archetype. Okay, so I'm downgrading it to 3, you know? At first I was like, whoa, this is amazing, but then, okay, you need a specific archetype, and then you only cast creatures with mana value of 3 or less, right? I don't know. I think it's... Are we gonna downgrade it even further? Dang it. I don't want to spend 4 mana on a potentially empty ward if opponent is already... That's true. So that means that you have to be in this energy archetype, right? Otherwise, like on its own, yeah, I agree. On its own, yeah, for 4 mana, and you put on a battlefield your 2-drop. This is not great. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. Listen, this is like pure first impressions, because at first you're like, whoa, and then you start think about it and analyze it further and trying to see the big picture, and then you, yeah, I guess just, yeah, it's too specific. Okay. I'll stop there. It's 2.5. This potential broken combo card for construct. Well, yeah, we'll see. Anyway, moving on. Propagator Drone for 2 mana, 1 green. Eldrazi, 2/2 with Devoid. Creature tokens you control have evolve. Whoa, nice. Cadillacs and MTG, thank you so much for a follow. Appreciate it. Good morning, Geth. Good morning. Alright, let's come back to this card. So, creature tokens you control have evolve. Nice. And it has an activated ability, 4 mana, 3/1 green, create a 0/1 colorless Eldrazi spawn token. Amazing. Honestly, I mean, in this particular archetype, this is just, you know, a must-have to draw, but even on its own is good. You know, it's just your 2/2/4/2 with a good ability, right? So is it a 3? I think it's quite universal. The fact that those tokens have evolved, so all of a sudden they're not your, I don't know, mana dorks, right? But eventually in the late game they become solid blockers / attackers like normal creatures. And not only it's gonna be great in this ramp archetype, but also in +1/+1 counter archetype, right? Wow. I think it's a 3. It's very solid to drop. Yeah, spawn seems pretty easy. Absolutely, absolutely. It's good. Static ability is good, activate ability is good, so it's nice. Basically enabler and payoff in one, and you know, just a 2/2 body on turn 2. Okay, next up, signature slam for 3 mana, 2 and 1 green, instant, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control, then each modified creature you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature you don't control. Okay, so again, this is a bite, instant speed bite. Just on its own, it's great, of course. Put a counter and a bite, amazing. And in the right archetype, in this +1/+1 counter archetype, it's gonna be even better. Just on its own, it's good. Not good, excellent, right? Poor Dino. Yeah. Well, of course, you have to be smart about how you want to play this card out. You have to be careful. Right, 6. It's our rare card for 3 mana, 2 and 1 green legendary creature, 3 folk, just 6. Where is Ren? 2/4 reach. Whenever 6 attacks, mill 3 cards. You may put a land card from among them into your hand. Okay, as long as it's your turn, non-land permanent cards in your graveyard have retrace. So it means that you may cast permanent cards from a graveyard by discarding a land card in addition to paying their other costs. Okay. So this definitely looks to me like a constructed card. Like it is designed more for constructed than for limited. But you know what? It's still good. It's still pretty solid, I feel like. Just, you know, your fine free drop ability. The ability is also good. I think it's excellent. Would you? I give it a 6. Nice, nice. Yeah, pun intended. Would you first pick it? I mean, if there's nothing better, of course you would. But I like just if there are better cards, you probably wouldn't, right? I think it's like 3.5. However, I mean, the fact that non-land permanents in your graveyard have a trace, like this ability is actually pretty busted. It's pretty busted. Like, if it wasn't for the last ability, I think it would be like 3.5. I think it's a 4. I think it's a 4. I mean, just because it doesn't need additional work. Again, it's a payoff and enabler in one. I agree that it's not your bomby bomb, but still it's very solid creature. Yeah, that line is crazy in late game. Even on turn 4, actually. Imagine. Because you discard a card that you can like play next turn by discard again, so you know, going on and on. Yeah, exactly. Right, so this is a good rare. Next up, Sowin Micah Spawn. Another rare for 4 mana, 3 and 1 green, Eldrazi Fungus, 3/3 with Devoid. It has Kicker, 2 mana, 1 and 1 colorless. When you cast this spell, search your library for a land card, put it on the battlefield, then shuffle. And if it was kicked, exile target land. Okay. I mean, I guess like in limited, this kicker cost is not so relevant. Just on its own is fine, right? Not fine, it's good. I mean, for 4 mana, 3/3, but at the same time, you get a land on the battlefield. 3. I agree, like, it's not amazing, but it's good. Being at 4 mana, I agree, I think it's a 3. And it's a rare, unfortunately. Just imagine if it was uncommon, like, whoa, I think it could be like 3. If it was uncommon. I agree. Just good card. Spring Heart, Nantuko, another rare for 2 mana, 1 and 1 green. Enchantment creature, 1/1 with bestow 2, 1 and 1 green. Enchanted creature gets +1/+1. Okay, I see landfall already. I'm getting excited. So, landfall. Whenever land enters the battlefield under your control, you may pay 2 mana, 1 and 1 green. If Spring Heart Nantuko is attached to a creature you control, if you do, create a token that's a copy of that creature. If you didn't create a token this way, create a 1/1 green insect creature token. Okay, so if you cast this as your 2-drop, so you just start creating 1/1 insects with landfall, and if it's an enchantment attached to a creature, then it gets just, you know, completely out of control, right? Landfall, so it's 5. My thought exactly, honestly. Everything that says landfall should be absolutely busted. Honestly, I think it's a 5. I think it's a 5. Like, I'm just debating. It's definitely first pick, right? Is it good enough for 5? I think it is. Wow. Just because, again, I wouldn't mind casting it on my turn 2, and then if I draw it later in the game, then it becomes just, well, completely out of control. Again, you have to be careful, right? Because, yeah, you only want to cast this sort of enchantments when your opponent is tapped out, or, you know, when it's completely safe. But then, yeah, it can, I don't know. I want to give it a 5. You know what? Just because it's so universal, really. Yeah, exactly. Copies, whatever you put it on. Yeah, they have to kill that. Yeah, this can be insane. I feel like this card can win you a game if you play it smart enough. I mean, as an aura, let's say. But just as a 2-drop is good too. I'm just curious. Is it a constructed material, this card? This brushwag. Next card. Temperamental Oozewag. For 4 mana, 3 and 1 green. Ooze, Brushwag, 4/4. With Adapt 2 for 3 mana, 2 and 1 green. Modified creatures you control have trample. Nice. Honestly, I like 4/4s for 4 mana. The fact that it has Adapt, it's going to be very useful. I think it's easily a 3. Just, very, very solid body on its own, and particularly good with this +1/+1 synergy, but even on its own, it's solid. I'm pretty sure that you want to play it in any green deck. Okay, territory color, 5 mana for 1 green. Eldrazi, 7/5. Reach, landfall. Okay. For landfall, look at the top card of your library. If it's a creature card, you may reveal it and put it into your hand. If you don't put the card into your hand, you may put it into your graveyard. Nice. Nice. This is really good. Honestly, this is very good. For 5 mana, not only you get a solid body, like 7/5, hello, with reach, but also landfall gives you like so much value. Definitely 3. Color has no color. Yeah. Today's the day of dead jokes. Am I right? Alright. Next up, Thief of Existence. It's a rare card. With difficult mana cost, so 3 mana, 1 colorless, and green, 3/4 Eldrazi with Devoid of Force. When you cast this spell, exile up to 1 target non-creature, non-land permanent an opponent controls with mana value 4 or less. If you do, Thief of Existence gains. When this creature leaves the battlefield, target opponent draws a card. Okay. Again, I think it's specifically designed for constructed. With mana value 4 or less, exile. The first thing that I thought of was the One Ring. But yeah. How do we rate it in limited? In limited, I don't think that it's particularly great because mana cost is quite difficult. And the fact that it exiles only non-creature, non-spell, non-land permanents. Should it be like 2.5? I think it's 2.5 for limited. And it's a rare. So it's not like you can pick it up very late, right? It's a rare. Right, next up, Trickster's Elk for 3 mana, 2 and 1 green, enchantment creature, 3/3 with Bestow 2. Enchanted creature loses all abilities and is a green elk creature with base power and toughness 3/3. Ooh, this is nice. This is nice. I like it. So, I guess this elk is looking for Oko. Oh. I like it. Like, yeah. Basically, you can play it as a removal for a bomb that your opponent controls. It becomes an elk, which is fine. I like it. Honestly, I think it's very good. Is it a 3 or a 3.5? What do you think? Still 3? Could be 3.5 though. Yeah, flavor. And I think it could be 3.5. I think it could be 3.5, to be honest. Again, play boosters, right? And we haven't seen all of the bombs. Basically, it's like 2 in 1. Dang it. I want to give it like 3.5. It's a little... It's still, yeah, kind of drawback, and creature is just, you know, 3/3 for 3. Okay. Well, let's leave it at that. Let it be just a good card. 3. What do I mean? The fact that you get the 3/3 when the creature you put it on dies. It's 3.5. Oh yeah, right, because it becomes a creature if it's not attached, right? No, okay, I'm like completely zoned off. Bestow is actually better. It's a better mechanic than I initially thought it was, because again, I haven't played during the time when this mechanic was introduced, so yeah, I'm excited. Yeah, I agree. Bestow is amazing. Right. Okay. So, you know what? That's why I love doing this limited set reviews live, because this is so interactive. Not only I get to analyze and give you my first impressions, but also learn from you. This is great. All right, moving on. Wampus Aberration for 4 mana, 3 and 1 green. Have Eldrazi with Devoid, 6/6. When you cast the spell, if colorless mana wasn't spent to cast it, target opponent may put a creature card from their hand onto the battlefield, and it has trample. Whoa. Is it a universal card? Honestly, it's kind of scary, right? It's kind of scary to cast it on your turn 4 without colorless mana, but at the same time, depends on what we're playing against. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Honestly, I would be too scared to just, you know, YOLO. Oops, sorry. What do we give it? 2.5? 2.5? I mean, if you are already in this Eldrazi spawn situation, if you have access to colorless, then this is awesome. This is super aggressive, right? 6/6 on your turn 4, like, what you gonna do? Other than that, it's kind of scary. It's kind of scary to just cast it. Exactly. If you are already in this theme, then just, yeah, chef's kiss. Okay, moving on. Here we have my favorite double-faced land cards. This one is called Bridgeworks Battle for 3 mana, 2 and 1 green. Sorcery, target creature you control gets +2/+2 until end of turn. It fights up to 1 target creature you don't control, and of course, it's a land. This is great. This is probably one of the best lands, like double-faced lands in the cycle, right? The black one is removal for 4 mana, and this one premium stuff. Definitely 4. Okay, next up, another double-faced land. So, Disciple of Freelise for 6 mana, 3 and triple green. A creature, elf druid 3/3. When it enters the battlefield, you may sacrifice another creature. If you do, you gain X life and draw X cards, where X is that creature's power. Okay, so what's up with that? Sacrificing other creatures? I guess we'll see an archetype based on that, right? I mean, this this could be definitely something late game. You need to draw cards, and just imagine it's a stall board situation. Is it? I mean, still a 4. I think it is. You know what? It's a land. You also get a 4 Disciple. But like, if it wasn't a land, of course, like, it would be probably unplayable. Listen, it's a land. I think those cards, I mean, of course, you can see the difference between Disciple and Bridge Warriors Battle. They're both lands, but the spell level is very different, right? Okay, let's go to 3.5, but just, you know, it's free. It's free. almost free. It's free for your deck. It's not free when you draft it, because it's still like you pick this card over something else. Yeah, this, I'm pretty sure this lands, they're gonna be very high picks. Okay, moving on, we have a mythic, Grist Voracious Larva. This is from the cycle of creatures / planeswalkers, right? Yes, this is Grist. Legendary creature insect, 1/2 Death Touch. When it this creature, when Grist itself or another creature enters the battlefield under your control, if it entered from your graveyard or you cast it from your graveyard, you may pay 1 green mana. If you do, exile Grist, then return it to the battlefield transformed under its owner's control. Seriously? Okay, then it transforms into a Planeswalker, Grist the Plague Swarm. It has a base loyalty of 3, then a 4+1, create a 1/1 black and green insect creature token, then mill 2 cards, put a Death Touch counter on the token if a black card was milled this way. For -2, destroy target artifact or enchantment, and for -6, for each creature card in your graveyard, create a token that's a copy of it, except it's a 1/1 black and green insect. Whoa. What? This ultimate is insane. This seems hard to transform in limited. I mean, of course, like the Planeswalker side is strong within the cycle. Of course, your goal is to transform this initial creature. If it enters from your graveyard or cast from your graveyard, you may. Yeah, I agree. It's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to flip unlimited. It's a little bit specific. Same time. Oh. Like, what are the ways to transform it in limited? Like some sort of reanimation spells. What else? You have to support it, right? I think there are other reanimation spells in the set. Okay, so 6 can get stuff from green, but 6 is a mythic too, right? Or a rare. No, 6 is a rare, but still, what are the odds of getting these 2 cards together in limited? Oh man, like the transformed situation is great, honestly. It's pretty strong. But basically it's just, yeah, 1 to this touch. It's a 3.5 for limited, unfortunately. I think it's the first card from this series to get such a low mark. Yeah, it's just gonna be too hard / almost impossible to flip it. I mean, yeah, it's nice. 1 to death touch for 1, but probably would want more from your mythic and limited. Okay. But yeah, definitely a constructed card. Okay, next up, Annoyed Altisor for 7 mana, 5 and double green creature 6/5 with a reach, trample, and cascade. Yes, let's go cascade. Whoa. Dang, this is good. I mean, when I see cascade and landfall, I guess I'm just losing it, honestly. Because I remember these good old times and how busted, especially in limited, these mechanics were. Whoa. I mean, yeah, 7 mana, but you get 2 spells. You get 2 spells. You're giving it a 5. I think it's 3.5 because like, let's be realistic. You wouldn't first pick it, right? I wouldn't, but it's good. It's good. Could it be? I mean, I want to give it 3.5 and not 3 because of Cascade, and I guess if you're in this ramp archetype, it's gonna be easy to cast it earlier than on your turn 7. On the topic of Grist, there is a black common that reanimates itself for 4 mana, but then you need another green to flip Grist. Okay, so a lot of work, right? And it's super difficult to put it together in draft, right? I mean, in Silt, if it happens to, you know, if it happens that you have all these cards in your pool, then like, whoa, nice. But in draft, also red common dude with Unearth. Oh, Unearth, right. Yes, when we were discussing it earlier, like during my first stream, during the part 1, we were thinking like, why would you need that Unearth? That was just a little bit weird because it didn't have any ETB, but then a white Unearth energy spell. Right. But then when you start thinking about archetypes, right? Energy archetype isn't just sky colors. Like the main theme of Abzan colors. Or Okay, let's talk strictly about Golgari, right? It's +1/+1 counters. Yeah, I mean, that's why 3.5, but it just requires so much work. I mean, there are ways to flip it, it's very difficult and limited. Okay, so this dinosaur. Man, yeah, just for a good all cascade, it gets 3.5. But you know, it's interesting, like, because in this format, we've seen and we're gonna see all of the mechanics mixed up. So, is it gonna be good enough? That is a question. Just on its own, I would say so. Next up, Branching Evolution. It's a rare card for 3 mana, 2 and 1 green enchantment. If one or more +1/+1 counters would be put on a creature you control, twice that many +1/+1 counters are put on that creature instead. Okay. So you open it, you pick it, and then you just build around this card, right? Again, same problem with this card, that it doesn't affect the board state when you cast it, so you tap out and it does nothing, right? A little rush to not do anything on turn 3. Yeah, exactly. Exactly what I'm talking about. I agree, like, it's very specific. I would say 2.5, because honestly, in the right deck, you can easily do without it, right? And it's a rare. And there are a lot of good commander cards in this modern set. I mean, there are a lot of good modern cards. I mean, I would assume that the majority of rares, mythics, whatnot, they're specifically designed for constructed. Next up, Priest of Titania for 2 mana, 1/1 green, creature 1/1. And for tap, add 1 green mana for each elf on the battlefield. Okay, so it's an elf. It's your basic mana dork. It gives green mana. I guess it's alright, you know, it's not great, not terrible, right? Maybe like 2.5. It's still a mana dork, so 2.5, but it's not great. It's not the best. We've seen much better mana dorks in this format. It is mediocre. I'm just, you know, I'm assuming that basically it's your mana dork that gives you 1 green mana, because it's an elf. That's it. Nothing more. So you can forget about this. So just, you know, read this card as just it gives 1 green mana. That's it. Sorry. Okay, moving on. Sylvan Safekeeper. It's a rare for 1 green mana, 1/1 with ability sacrifice a land. Target creature you control gains Shroud until end of turn. Not great for limited. It does count your opponent's elves too. Oh, the previous one. right? So this guy, like seriously, you open it up, it's just like, again, a card that was specifically designed for constructed, I think. It's a $50 rare card. Okay. Alright, so I guess you wouldn't mind to open it during a paper tournament, but for limited, no. 2.5 for limited. Sambor against heavy removal. That all would be, totally valid if it wasn't a freaking rare card. You're not gonna see that often. Anyway. Wirewood Symbiote. 1 green mana, creature 1/1. Return an elf you control to its owner's hand. Untap target creature, activate only once each turn. What is even that? It's a 2/1. I don't know, you wouldn't want to play it in limited. And it's uncommon, like, what's that? What are these elf scenarios without elf? Yeah, like, exactly, nice. I mean, I get it, that this is a constructed design, but for limited, listen, for limited it's a 1. That's what it is. Especially in a powerhouse set like Modern Horizons, this is just not good enough for this limited. Alright, listen, now we're moving on to the multicolored cards, and I'm gonna make a quick pause and I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back, so let's continue. So the first multicolored card is Abstruse Appropriation for 4 mana, 2 white and black. Instant is a rare card, by the way. It has Devoid. Exile target non-land permanent. You may cast that card for as long as it remains exiled. And you may spend colorless mana as though it were mana of any color to cast that spell. Wow. This is good. Wow, this is nice. So this is removal and it's like, okay, it was yours, now it's mine. This is great, honestly. This is awesome. This is 5 for me. I think it's very good. Just removal and like what? Yeah, seems good without colorless support. Exactly. I was just thinking whether it's 4 or 5, but I think it's a 5. It's great. Removal and an opponent's bomb. Yeah, I think it's amazing. I would give it a 5. You're not sure that it's 5? It's definitely a 4, I agree. I was just yeah, absolutely. Okay, let's be more concerned. I agree, because it's definitely a 4. Is it a 5? This is debatable, right? But it could be. It just depends on what you exile, but I mean, you exile any non-land permanent. This is great. Okay, next we have a mythic, Arna Kenarud, Sky Captain for 5 mana, 2 white, blue, and black legendary creature, 4/4 flying lifelink. It has ward. Discard a card. Whenever a modified creature you control attacks, double the number of each kind of counter on it. Then, for each non-token permanent attached to it, create a token that's a copy of that permanent attached to it. Whoa. Okay. So, modified creatures. I mean, yes, in black and white. I mean, in black, there are a lot of artifacts. In white, a lot of enchantments. And specifically, this enchantment creatures with Bestow. 5 mana. The mana cost is difficult, but at the same time, I mean, it's splashable. It's splashable. It's a great top end for your deck. I think it's a bomb. You know, this modified creature, it's not that hard to get that, because truly in the set there are a lot of effects based on given counters, or again, this bestow creatures. Mana cost, yeah, I agree. It's not your 5 draw, but it's okay, you know, it's splashable. It's splashable. So I think it's still definitely worth it. Worth a splash. Now that I think of the previous one, kind of want to give like the previous one the initial 5 that I wanted, like abstruse appropriation. Like, it's not just removal. But I mean, this works every turn. Okay, let's leave it. Let's leave it and move on. Next up, Conduit Goblin for 2 mana, red and white. 2/2. When it enters the battlefield, you get 2 energy counters. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you may pay 1 energy. If you do, another target creature you control gets +1/+0 and gains haste until end of turn. Oh, nice, nice, nice. Super aggressive. This is great. Okay, first of all, I guess if you're in this energy archetype, you're gonna pick every creature that gives you energy when it enters the battlefield. Actually, yeah, that's a valid comment, right? Yeah, we're like talking still about abstruse, yeah. If it didn't need the colorless to be able to cast the spell you exile, yes, it could be a 5. Okay, this goblin, 3, like 100%. It's a 3. Again, awesome creature, very aggressive. It's not 3.5 just because of the mana cost, maybe, right? Sometimes it can be an issue. Other than that, very, very solid. Yeah, super aggressive. I like it. Next up, Perennial Ram. For 2 mana, black and red. Hi Todd, thank you so much for your follow. Hello there. Artifact equipment, living weapon, equipped 2, equipped creature gets +X/+1, where X is the number of artifacts you control. Okay. I mean, this is a signpost uncommon, right? For this archetype. Are we now reviewing signpost uncommons? That's what I want to know, because this seems like it. Okay, on its own, it's pretty solid. I guess any card, any equipment with living weapon, I'm sorry, is strong. Oh, it's just good, very good. Yeah, this signpost uncommon. That's what I thought. Okay, so Ragdas is an archetype based on artifact synergy, clearly. And maybe sacrifice, not sure. Alright, this is 3.5 maybe? Or the previous one, signpost got in common too. Could it be like even higher? 3.5? So is it 3.5 or 3? How do... Oh, by the way, this is common. This is not uncommon, so this cannot be a signpost, right? It's not a signpost, sorry, but I think it's still within this theme. Signpost common, exactly. 3.5 or 3. I mean, probably still 3. Because, like, it can be considered as your 2-drop with a difficult mana cost, like same thing, right? But, yeah, in the right deck, this is definitely higher. This is strictly better. And this particular archetype, there's common and uncommon in each color pair in the set. Oh, okay, let's see. Just because there are so many cards this time around, right? Makes sense. Okay. Now, this is a sign plus uncommon. Am I right? Cursed Wombat for 2 mana, black and green, 2/3 with adapt 2 for 4 mana, 2 black and green. Permanents you control have whenever one or more +1/+1 counters are put on this permanent, put an additional +1/+1 counter on it, and this ability triggers only once each turn. Okay. Listen, this speaks for itself. This is definitely 3.5. Again, it seems like this archetype is going to be pretty easy to put together. First thing. Second thing, this creature, it's a 2/3 for 2 mana, even though, like, yeah, difficult mana cost again. So, adapt 2, and this ability, just listen, with adapt, this is gonna be huge. So basically, this puts not 2 counters with adapt, but I mean with this ability, it's gonna put 3 counters, right? This is just crazy. It's gonna be 5/6 or 2 mana eventually, and yeah, this is essential. This is gonna be very, very good in this archetype. Oh, excuse me. Just gonna put it into my notes. All right. Wombat is good. Next up, Cyclops Superconductor. Okay, this is uncommon, right? For 3 mana, 1 blue and red, 2/2 with prowess. When it enters the battlefield, you get 3 energy. Nice. When it dies, you may pay 3 energy. When you do, Cyclops Superconductor deals damage equal to its power to any target. Nice. Honestly, nice. Again, definitely a 3. Maybe even higher, to be honest, but just because the mana cost, right? You would want to play it only in this energy tag, and prowess. Prowess in limited is not. It's not as powerful as it is in constructed. That's kind of clear, but so. Now, all in all, this is a very solid creature. Essential. Anyway, essential for this archetype, energy archetype. You would wanna play it for sure. Next up, Emissary of Soulfire for 3 mana, 1 white and blue. Have creature 1/4. When it enters the battlefield, you get 3 energy counters again. So yeah, Jeskai is energy, and it has an activate ability. You pay 2 energy, put an exalted counter on target creature you control. Activate only as a sorcery. It means that whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn for each instance of Exalted among permanents you control. Is it better than the Cyclops? I mean, listen, it's still a 3. It's very solid. All of the abilities are useful. Again, energy archetype. Not universal, but in this energy archetype, which is also quite easy to put together, from what we saw. This is gonna be good. Next up, Expanding Ooze for 3 mana, 1 black and green. Creature 3/3 with adapt, 1 for 2 mana, black and green. And whenever it attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on target modified creature you control. Again, quite specific, but you know what? Still, it works just on its own, because right, you cast it on your turn 3. Imagine like sometime later, maybe even next turn, you adapt it, and this ability triggers. So you attack, and it becomes a 4/4 creature on turn 4, which is totally fine. Yeah, exactly. Even better, yes, in this particular archetype on counters. Who? Oh, sorry, I need to read your read your name. Thank you for a follow. Hello. Hoodly sheet. Thank you so much. Hello. Do I have an H3 set review written? No, I don't. I upload my VODs on YouTube, so you can check out part 1. But I don't have a written thing. Maybe I'll do it. But okay. Yeah, I guess specifically for Modern Horizons, it makes sense, you know, to kind of put it together like in a form that you can read, basically, right? In a written form, because there are just so many cards. Anyway. Next up, Faithful Watchdog. Selesnya colors, 2 mana, green and white. 0/0 with vigilance, and it enters the battlefield with 3+1/+1 counters on it. Oh my god. Okay, this is nice. Again, you see, like, green, white, so Selesnya, absent colors. So these colors have this +1/+1 synergy. This is amazing. This is great. Again, you know, it's fine on its own, but it's gonna be great, like particularly good. And this +1/+1 counter. Push isn't common. Yeah. Just imagine, right, with all those triggers that allow you to put like additional counters and whatnot. Yeah. Whoa. Next up, we have a rare Genku Future Shaper for 4 mana, 2 white and blue. A legendary creature, 2/5. Whenever another non-token permanent you control leaves the battlefield, choose one that hasn't been chosen this turn. Create a creature token with those characteristics. So it's either a 2/2 white fox with vigilance, 1/2 blue moonfalk with flying, 1/1 black red with lifelink, and it also has an activated ability. If it wasn't enough, for 5 mana, 3 white and blue, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Seriously. Wow. Honestly, this looks like a bomb. Because honestly, it doesn't need an additional work. Like, one way or another, permanents are gonna leave your battlefield. I think it's not busted. You don't think like it's a bomby bomb? I think for limited, like, honestly, especially if you're able to cast on your turn 4. Maybe like there are some, you know, additional synergies, then just gonna snowball. Oh yeah. Now we're talking, you know, specifically from a limited perspective. Because it's clear that there are cards that specifically designed for constructed and some not. Anyway, next up, Golden Tail Trainer. So for 3 mana, 1 green and white, creature 1/3, aura and equipment spells you cast cost X less to cast, where X is Golden Tail Trainer's power. Alright, and whenever it attacks other modified creatures you control, get +X until end of turn, where X is Golden Tail Trainer's power. Okay, is it our sign plus and common? So Selesnya has, you know, based on modified creatures, which totally makes sense. Green provides you with counters, white provides you with enchantment auras, and we have a bunch of enchantment creatures with bestow in both colors. Right? Oh. Is it like 3 or 3.5? Honestly, in the right archetype, and probably signposts and comments, you can only like rate them from that perspective, right? Because probably would play them only in this specific archetype. In this case, this is probably 3.5. It's not hero, so but it's a signpost and common, right? So we rate, or you know, analyze this signpost and comments a little bit different from other cards. So usually all of the signposts and comments, they're somewhere between 3 and 3.5. Some are better than the others, but I mean, just in general, signposts and comments, they're excellent in their specific archetypes. Next up, Horde Shadow Spinner. For 3 mana, 1 blue and black, so dimmer colors. Creature 2/3 with lifelink. When it attacks, you may draw cards equal to its power. So when this creature attacks, I mean. Okay, if you do discard that many cards, so you can draw 2 cards and then discard 2 cards. Alright, so we've seen some cards. Again, I'm pretty sure it's a signpost and common. Based on that, draw 3 cards. 3 cards, right? Or something like that per turn. Yeah, exactly. Triggers that. It's a lifelinker. I mean, again, as a signpost uncommon, it's essential for this archetype. Just on its own, this creature, I mean, it's alright. I think it's slightly worse than the trainer. At the same time, it's like 2/3 lifelinker. Let's give it again 3.5 just for this specific archetype, because yeah, I think you would need that. Are there any draw 3 cards at turn things in common? Well, there are a bunch of draw some amount of cards in blue, or at least I mean, of course, the majority of draw spells are in blue. Again, not sure, like this archetype, this sort of control archetype, doesn't look too appealing to me, to be honest, but we'll see. Compared to, you know, energy encounters, like, whoa. Right, this is our rare in Ragdust colors, Imskir Iron Eater for 8 mana, whooping 8 mana. Oh my god, the 4A, thank you so much for your raid. Hello, raiders. I'm doing part 2 of my limited set review. Headwolf Fantasy, thank you so much for a follow. Hello, raiders. Yes, my name is Maria. I'm streaming anything competitive on Magic Arena and on Magic Online too. Limited as well. So I'm doing limited sets review as I usually do when the new set comes out. So here we are. I'm gonna upload it on my YouTube channel as well, so you can check it out later if you want. It's my first impressions, mind you, so you know, discussion, all of these things, highly appreciated. And tomorrow at 7 p.m. Central European Time, I'm gonna stream early access on Magic Online. So I'm planning on playing limited mostly, but you know what? If you have any crazy ideas for modern, please let me know. Let me know in my Discord channel or I don't know, on Twitter, and I will be glad to test them out tomorrow during the early access. Shogun, also, thank you so much for your follow. Thank you. Will the VOD today later be uploaded to YouTube? Yes, it will. I'm gonna try and upload it this evening, or you know, tomorrow morning, like the latest, but I'm gonna try and upload it this evening for sure. All right, welcome raiders again. Thank you so much, the 4A, for the raid. Let's come back to our Imskir practice. By the way, how appropriate, because Regdas is my life. So anyway, Whooping, 8 mana, legendary creature, demon, 5/5. It has affinity for artifacts, however. So again, in the right archetype, you actually have to cast this way cheaper than 8 mana. Anyway, so when it enters the battlefield, you draw X cards and you lose X life, where X is half the number of artifacts you control rounded down. It has an activated ability for 4 mana, 3 and red, sacrifice an artifact. Imskir deals damage equal to the sacrificed artifact's mana value to any target. Okay. So it's not a universal rare, but imagine in the right deck, and also like in black, there are so many artifacts. 2 mana, 5/5. Yeah. Listen, it's a bomb. Like in the right deck, like what are we talking about, right? And late game, this activate ability. All good stuff if you can get enough artifacts, which I'm not sure how easy that is. To be honest, I think it's easy in these colors. I think it's gonna be easy. But we have to see about that, right? You know what? I'm gonna give it a 4 just because it needs some work. That's it. I'm gonna give it a 4. It needs a little bit of work. Other than that, it's great. Yeah, black is mostly like about artifacts. All right, next rare, invert polarity, double blue and 1 red, so total 3 mana, instant. Choose target spell, then flip a coin. Oh man, yeah, we've seen some jokes about it on Twitter, right? If you win the flip, gain control of that spell. and you may choose new targets for it. If you lose the flip, counter that spell. Seriously? Wow. I don't think it's a limited card, to be honest. What do we think about it in limited? Like the mana cost, first and foremost. Then it's a rare card. Are you gonna first pick it? I'm not. To be honest, I'm not. And then... honestly, I don't know how to rate it for limited. 2? It's very situational. The mana cost is awful. The mana is hard, yeah. If you are in the colors, the upside is huge. You have to sit on that mana often, you know? It's kind of situational. I mean, probably in Is It colors, like, supposedly it has to be easy, right? Because this is based on non-creature spells or on energy. I don't know. Also, what's up with that? Flip a coin. I mean, yeah, you counter it either way. If you sometimes you can, yeah, sort of gain control of it or choose new targets for it, play it basically. Man, I don't like that it's a rare. I think it's like, I want to give it a 2. I want to give it a 2 for limited. Honestly, if it wasn't a common, maybe 2.5, but that being a rare, I don't know. I don't like it for limited that much. Okay, next up is it Generatorium. Okay, artifact for 2 mana, blue and red. If you would get 1 or more energy, you get that many plus 1 instead. It has an activate ability for tap and draw a card. Oh, sorry. For tap, you draw a card. Activate only if you fade or lost 4 or more energy this turn. Listen, this is great. Okay, so this is a signpost in common for Is It, right? Cranial Ram is a 3. Alright. Listen, this is... again, you have to be heavily in this energy archetype to play this card. Is it a signpost in common? It looks like a signpost in common for Is It. Problem is that, again, it doesn't do anything when you cast it, right? Yeah, it's a huge payoff. Honestly, I think it's a 3. It's not 3.5 just because you tap out, like, for nothing. It's like a future investment. I don't like cards that do nothing when you cast them. It doesn't affect the board at all. But yeah, it's a great payoff. And being it a signpost in common, I'm giving it a 3. Otherwise, probably 2.5, you know. But in the right archetype, it's gonna work. And I mean, if you are in this archetype, you need this card probably for the late game, or I don't know. Well, imagine like you cast on your turn to, okay, yeah, I get it. I mean, later on you can start building up this energy and whatnot, but That's true. Hard to tell now. I mean, yeah. Okay, next up we have a rare Kudo, King Among Bears. 2 mana, green and white, legendary creature pair. 2/2. It's like a pun intended, right? Bear. Other creatures have base power and toughness 2/2 and are bears in addition to their other type. What is this? Okay, I'm thinking about now, like, my initial thought went to this Eldrazi spawns. Okay, wow, that would be nice, right? But, like, seriously? This is kind of ridiculous. What are we thinking of it? It looks like a meme, to be honest. Looks like a meme. For limited, a rare, like, what's that? Is it a 2 for limited? Or 1? Yeah, that's true, but at the same time, they also have a bigger, or may have bigger base power and toughness than 2/2, and it makes them 2/2 bears. Oh, everything is a 2/2. Oh, actually, yeah, you're right. This is symmetrical. This is symmetrical. Watchdog, yeah. Watchdog suddenly becomes a 5/5. That's true, but Watchdog what? It's uncommon, and this is a rare. Or Watchdog. Watchdog is uncommon, right? Or a common. Anyway. You know what? I still think it's a 2 for rare. Yeah. I mean, if nobody's drafting this archetype, you can probably pick it up quite late, and then it's fine, but again, it's a rare. What? Are you gonna first pick it? Definitely not. Only if you're in this archetype, and still. Okay. Next up, Nado Winged Wisdom, another rare. For 3 mana, 1 green and blue. Bird Wizard, 3/4 with flying. Creatures you control have. Whenever this creature becomes the target of a spell or ability, reveal the top card of your library. If it's a land card, put it onto the battlefield, otherwise put it into your hand. This ability triggers only twice. Only twice this turn. What? Nice. Whoa. This is good. This is a good rare. Nice. This is like a 4. Easy. This is very good, honestly. So much value and pretty easy to trigger, you know? I feel like. With all these counters and whatnot. Well, it's very good. Very good, very solid rare we have here. Exactly, just very nice. Another rare, the Necro Bloom, for 4 mana, 1 white, 1 black, and 1 green legendary creature plant, 2/7 with landfall. Okay, you better be good, landfall. So for landfall, you create a 0/1 green plant creature token. If you control 7 or more lands with different names, create a 2/2 black zombie creature token instead. Land cards in your graveyard have dredge 2. Okay, so this is not a limited card. This is not a limited card. So for limited, I mean, I guess it's still fine. Just the mana cost is worth splashing. I don't think it's worth splashing, but if you are already liking these colors, I'm not sure that you would want to play like just straight up 3 colors. I'm not sure. There are common fetch lands in the set. That's nice. There's just 0/1 plant token. Because again, limited, you will never get those 2/2 zombies. I don't know. I don't like it for limited. I think it's 2.5. The mana cost and everything. I don't think it's just worth it, to be honest. Quite specific. I mean, maybe if you have like a lot of +1/+1 counter spells and I don't know, abilities, whatnot, then maybe it is justified. And then what else? Like maybe some sacrifice strategies. I actually think 7 different named lands is possible here. Okay, so we're about to see that. I'm gonna give it like 2.5 just because, again, yes, I think it's a little bit too specific and quite difficult. Maybe not impossible, but difficult, right? Okay. Full cycle of 10 common fetches. Okay. This is interesting, yeah. Alright. Obstinate Gargoyle for 3 mana, 1 white and black. We have artifact creature 2/2, and it has flying as long as it's modified. Has persist. Nice. Oh my god, all this nostalgic mechanics is amazing. Persist, so when this creature dies, if it had no -1/-1 counters on it, return it to the battlefield under its own control with -1/-1 counter on it. Nice. I mean, it requires some work, right? But I think it's still good. It has persist. For 3 mana, 2/2, however, maybe not so exciting. Is it 2.5? Let's give it 2.5 because it needs some work. I mean, if it already had flying, I think it would be strictly better. Oh, it becomes a flyer. Yeah, that's true. Actually, oh, that's nice synergy. Yeah. So yeah, if you're able to put a +1/+1 counter, yeah. And that's a good point. That's a good point. I still think it's 2.5. I mean, quite specific, right? But in this archetype, that's gonna be great. That's for sure. That's a nice annoying creature for +1/+1 counters and maybe for some sacrifice effects. It's an artifact too, so you know what? Maybe quite useful for different strategies. Yeah. Next up on the Knot Master for 4 mana, 2 white and black. It's a creature 2/2 that has an adventure size, so the creature itself has lifelink, and whenever another modified creature you control dies, put 2 +1/+1 counters on the Knot Master. And the adventure side is called Throw a Line for 2 mana, white and black sorcery. Distribute 2+1/+1 counters among 1 or 2 target creatures. Okay. This is nice, of course. Okay. Is this an Orzhov St. Faustin comment? If it's not the masterpiece. Exactly. Yeah, this is nice, honestly. I mean, I get that maybe 4 mana to left thinker is not what you want to play, but at the same time, the ability is nice, and of course, first things first, you want to cast this as adventure. I mean, you want to cast first the adventure side, and then yeah, basically it's a payoff for this. 2+1/+1 counter is quite significant. Being it a St. Faustin common, I think it's a 3.5 because again, it's quite synergetic with this counter strategy, right? Modify creatures and whatnot. This is gonna be interesting. I think like in this specific archetype, this is pretty solid. On its own, I mean, it can work on its own too. Maybe not as good. Alright, next up, Lage, Titan of Fire's Fury. It's a mythic for 3 mana, 1 red and white. Elder Giant 6/6. When it enters the battlefield, sacrifice it unless it escaped. Whenever it enters the battlefield or attacks, it deals 3 damage to a target and you gain 3 life. So, Lightning Helix. Escape cost is 4, double red and double white. Exile 5 other cards from your graveyard. So, this is addition to the giant cycle of Uro and Kroxa, right? Honestly, amazing. This is absolutely this 5 100% for limited. Yeah, this is yeah. No need to even, you know, discuss it any further. Just yeah, it's good. Next up, Planner Genesis. It triggers Grist. Except they're both mythics. But yeah. Okay, Planner Genesis. 2 mana, green and blue instants. Look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may put a land card from among them onto the battlefield tapped. If you don't, put a card from among them into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Honestly, I'm not the biggest fan of this kind of cards in limited. I mean, I guess it's playable. But usually this card selection in limited is not great. I don't know. Just finding a land or what. Just card in your hand, but it's just 4 top decks. Ramp or card selection, like I'm gonna get a 2 for limited. It's playable, but like me personally, I didn't like this type of cards in limited. It's maybe just, you know, a preference. Next up, Psychic Frog. 2 mana. It's a rare. Blue and black. 1/2. Whenever Psychic Frog deals combat damage to a player or planeswalker, draw a card. And it has an ability. Discard a card, put a +1/+1 counter on Psychic Frog. Nice, nice. Exile 3 cards from your graveyard. Psychic Frog gains flying until end of turn. Whoa, this is nice. Honestly, I like this kind of cards. So, like initially it doesn't have any evasion, but first of all, it can gain 1, and it has a sort of threat of activation, right? I think it's 3. I have found that it can be annoying. I mean, I get it that to make it a bit bigger, you have to discard a card. So it's not like your card advantage. I mean, how can possibly deal damage early in the game, right? Probably just you'll have to discard card, or you know. Still I like it. Again, threat of activation. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's what I'm talking about. Threat of activation it is. So, yeah. Okay. Next up, Pyretic Rebirth. For 4 mana, 2 black and red instant. Return target artifact or creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Okay, not on the battlefield, right? I'm thinking about Grist. Pyretic Rebirth deals damage equal to that card's mana value to up to 1 target creature or planeswalker. Whoa, this is nice. This is like reanimation spell, sort of. And removal. It's a very grindy type of a card. It's a juicy 2 for 1. That's very good. I think it's, again, easy 3. Or even 3.5. Now it's a 3. I get it. That is an instant, but it's 4 mana, and again, it's quite situational, right? But it can be very good. It can be very, very good. And next up, Riddle Gate Gargoyle for 2 mana, white and blue, artifact creature 2/2 with flying. When it enters the battlefield, you get 3 energy counters. Let's go, energy. Okay. Anything that gives you energy on ETB is amazing. You know, creatures with energy ETBs are just like so good, I feel like. And there are a lot of them, so it feels like it's going to be pretty easy to put together this energy archetype. Anyway, whenever you attack, you may pay 2 energy. When you do, target creature you control gains lifelink until end of turn. Whoa! Well, this is great. What? This is so good. This is very good. Very, very nice. Honestly, I want to give it like 3.5. This is great. Whoa. You know what? This is probably 3.5. This is excellent. Like, I get it, the mana cost, but it's a flyer. It gives you 3 energy on the EDB. I think it's 3.5. It's this common. This is what I call a pushed common, honestly. And also it is an artifact, if it matters. Crazy. Okay, next up, Roshin Roaring Prophet. It's a rare for 4 mana, 2 red and green, creature legendary 4/4. When it enters the battlefield, mill 6 cards. You may put a card with X in its mana cost from among them into your hand. For tap, reveal any number of cards with X in their mana cost in your hand. Add 2 colorless for each card revealed this way. Spend this mana only on costs that contain X. Okay, again, not a limited design, right? Not a card for limited. I mean, for limited is playable. For limited, basically, I feel like it's just 4/4, 4/4. Right? You mill some cards, but then mill yourself. Yeah, actually, in limited, this is a lot. This is truly a lot for limited. Should get a 1 for limited. Because, I mean, if it was just 4/4, 4/4, then like fine, but mill yourself to 6 in this colors, it's not what you want. I don't know. Alright, next up is Scurry of Gremlins for 4 mana, 2 red and white enchantment. When it enters the battlefield, create 2 1/1 red gremlin creature tokens. Then you get an amount of energy equal to the number of creatures you control. Okay, so at least you get 2 energies, right? Then pay 4 energies. Creatures you control get +1/+0 and gain haste until end of turn. Whoa. This is interesting. This is an interesting card. Honestly nice. And of course, in these colors, I would assume that you will have some board presence. I mean, you have to have an early game. Whoa, this is nice, honestly. This can kill out of nowhere 100%. Is it like 3.5 in the red deck? Is it also... this feels like Signpost uncommon too, to be honest. So yeah, Boris, as usual, going wide and energy, right? Seems like it. What it's all about. Alright, moving on. Snapping Voidcraw for 3 mana, 1 green and blue Eldrazi turtle with a Devoid 1/3. For tap, you add 2 colorless. And for 4 mana, 3 and 1 colorless, and tap, you draw a card. Okay, listen, this is nice. This is what you want for your ramp deck, and I think Simic, like historically, is a ramp archetype, and it's gonna be true for this format as well. This is good. It's a 3, I think. It's specific to this archetype, but it is good. Like, if you're in there, if you're in this archetype, you would definitely want to pick this card. The fact that it gives double colorless, like, hello Eldrazi. Yeah, I like it. Then you draw a card, whatever. Sneaky Snacker for 2 mana. In the mirror colors, blue and black. Fairy Rogue, 2/1 with flying. When you draw your 3rd card in a turn, return Sneaky Snacker from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Okay, so again, speaking of Grist, this doesn't work with Grist, but I don't know, should we even continue trying to find this synergies with Grist? So it's fine to drop, right? First and foremost, if you're in these colors, then Yeah, it's a flyer for 2 mana. Also, hello to Erin Northall, the artist of this very cute art. What do we give our Paris Snacker? It's a 3 for this. I mean, it's signpost common again, right? Yeah, we should stop looking for that. But you know, you want to make it work. You want to make it work. Grist, why? Why you're so bad and limited? Yeah, it could be something. Okay, Titan's Vanguard for 5 mana, 3 red and green. Eldrazi has Devoid. 5/5. When you cast the spell and whenever Titan's Vanguard attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on each colorless creature you control and it has trample. Whoa, imagine all these pawns. Nice. Nice. This is very good. Listen, it's good on its own because already it puts a counter on itself. This counter synergy, Eldrazi synergy / colorless, right? It doesn't need any additional work basically. So it just becomes bigger and bigger and bigger. Whoa. This is great. Only for 5 mana. Also, it is synergetic with something that triggers when you cast spells with mana value 5 or greater. Oh, this is very good. This is very solid. Should I call? I mean, this is definitely a 3, and I love that this card would fit so many strategies. Actually, it's good on its own. Side note, there's a lot of Colossal Dreadmouth in the set, really? Okay, I feel it still I feel like it's a 3, you know? It's a good creature. Next up, White of the Reliquary. It's a rare for 2 mana, black and green. 2/2 vigilance. White of the Reliquary gets +1/+1 for each creature card in your graveyard, and has an active ability for tap and sacrifice another creature. Search your library for a land card, put it onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle. So, what do you think? Again, Knight of the Reliquary. This is White of the Reliquary. Oh my god, so many memories, so many flashbacks, and yeah. What happened to you? Knight of the Reliquary. All right. I mean, yeah, it's all right. It's not your first pick, right? But then this enables the sacrifice facts, right? What else? I mean, you sacrifice another creature. Well, yeah. If you sack tokens, that it doesn't get any bigger. Yeah, it's a so-so. I don't think that is particularly good. Maybe like 2.5. That's what it is in limited. Right. Seems like it has very synergies, but nothing else. Yeah, agree. Next up, right then, Chrysalis. How to spell it? Chrysalis. For 4 mana, 2 a red and green Eldrazi with Devoid to 3. When you cast the spell, create 2/0/1 spawn tokens, then reach. It has also reach. Whenever you sacrifice another Eldrazi, put a +1/+1 counter on Writhen Chrysalis. Chrysalis? Chrysalis? I'm sorry. Then, this card. Alrighty, this is a 4 mana, 3 bodies, right? Which is already good. Then, it also sort of, there's also a sort of pale for sacrifice effect. +1/+1 counters, something within these lines, right? Can be something, but I guess most and foremost that for 4 mana you get a 2/3 body with reach and those 2/0/1 tokens. So I think it's a 3. Chrysalis. Okay, thank you. Yeah, right. It's solid, 100%. Maybe even hard. Again, depends the deck, right? I feel like we're gonna see a lot of very fun and maybe even unexpected synergies. Okay. Okay. Next up, Blood-Soaked Insight. So this is a land. Oh, yes. Nice. This is a dual land. Double face dual land. Okay, so for 7 mana, 5 and 2 hybrid mana, black and or red sorcery. This spell costs 1 less for each 1 life your opponents have lost this turn. Okay, target opponent exiles the top 3 cards of their library. Until the end of your next turn, you may play those cards. If you cast a spell this way, mana of any type can be spent to cast it. Alright. Listen, this spell, okay, ideally, of course, you would want to cast it. Not for 7, but I don't know. At least for 5, it would be reasonable too, but I mean, listen, this is your dual land. This is gonna be a very high pick, I think. 100%. I think it's a 4. Yeah, as you've noticed, I rate this what's called dual-faced lands, right? Or how do I really call it? Dual-faced lands for what? Anyway, you see my meaning. I rate them very, very highly. This is stabilization. This is not just your land in your main color, let's say. Stabilization too. So this is great. And the spell, yeah. Maybe. I mean, it's good that when you don't need that stabilization, you can just cast this as a spell. Why not? Okay, next up, another land, Trowner of Truth for 7 mana, 5 and 2 hybrid mana, green and or blue creature Eldrazi 7/6 with Devoid. When you cast the spell, if colorless was spent to cast it, create 2/0/1 Eldrazi spawn tokens. Okay, and of course, first and foremost, it's a dual land. So I guess all of them are gonna be 4s. If it's not your first pick, honestly, this lands they're gonna be they're very, very high picks, all of them. All right, next up, Glasswing Grace, another land for 5 mana, 3 and 2 hybrid, white and or black, enchantment aura, enchanted creature gets +2/+2 and has flying and lifelink. Okay, you know what? Yes, of course, some of them better than the others. Like, I mean, this is probably better, but I mean, it costs 7 mana. But still, I mean, it doesn't matter. It's energetic within this archetype, then this aura is like maybe a little or a lot awkward, right? For 5 mana, you probably wouldn't want to cast it, but still, like, honestly, you have to look at them just as your dual lands, and then with the possibility to cast them as a spell, right? Honestly, I'm gonna give them a 4 regardless. All of them. I'm gonna still read them all, but they're all high picks, as I've said, so a little bit horror back in the day, yeah. Maybe for modern limited it's not good enough, but again, you know, if you don't need that civilization, and if you have this aura enchantment synergy, why not, right? You would cast it. Okay, next up, Leadership, another land / spell for 2 mana, 1 and 1 hybrid mana, red and or white instant until end of turn, double target creature's power and it gains first strike. It's a fine. I mean, on its own you probably wouldn't play it, but it's a land, okay? It's a land. It's a land and a spell in one. This is great. I love it. Really not gonna ramble too much and repeat myself here, so alright, next up, Revitalizing Repast. This is just 1 hybrid mana, black or green. Black or green, right? why I'm saying it. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. It gains indestructible until end of turn. Okay, so this is gonna be useful. So this is good, actually. And it's a land. It's 4. Okay. So I guess based on this lands, we can also see what these archetypes are all about. This is a 4. So I'm just gonna leave it here. Next up, Rush of Inspiration for 3 mana, 1 and hybrid, blue or red. Draw 2 cards, then discard a card at random unless you pay 2 energies. Okay, this is a little bit weird, but okay, if you're so much energy, then I guess you don't mind. You just draw 2 cards. And pay 2 energy, right? Next up, Strength of the Harvest for 3 mana, 2 and 1 hybrid, green or white, enchantment aura, enchanted creature gets +1/+1 for each creature and more enchantment you control. And of course, it's land. Heaven of the Harvest. Next up is a Cruel Stomp. 2 mana, 1 and 1 hybrid, red and green. Red or green sorcery, target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature or planeswalker you don't control. This is amazing. This is okay. This is one of the best sides that we've seen, of course. And it's a Cruel dual land. Honestly, yeah. Because the thing is that you need the civilization, you need this lands. I don't know, this, again, I may be wrong, but I feel like these spells, they're gonna be very high picks. Again, maybe if not 4, but just because you have options here. So it's not just like land or some janky spell. Consider it as a land with an option. If you don't need the civilization, you just cast the spell. Or, I don't know. Of course, some sides, some spells are better than the others. Like for this example, this significantly better than, I don't know, for example, like this, right? So, next up, Suppression Ray, 5 mana, 3 and 2 hybrid mana, white or blue sorcery. Tap all creatures target player controls. You may pay X and energy, then choose up to X creatures. Tap this way, put a stun counter on each of them. Okay. I mean, it's a sorcery, but let's do this. This is fine too. Also, I love how all of these spells, they, you know, they're within the defined archetype, so. And of course, it's a dual land. Next up, Waterlogged Teachings, for 4 mana, 3 and 1 hybrid, blue or black instant. Search your library for an instant card or a card with flash, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. I mean, also same thing, you know, can be useful to instant speed, like if you don't need this land, if you don't need civilization anymore, just find a removal, which is okay, right? Or a draw card or whatever, end of your opponent's turn. Yeah. Alright, so we're done with our dual lands with the cycle. Now, these are Mythic, Brea, Ethereum Shaper for 4 mana, white, blue, black, and red. Legendary artifact creature 4/4. When it enters the battlefield, create 2/1/1 blue top-tier artifact creature tokens with flying. Okay. Then it has an activate ability for 2 mana and sacrifice 2 artifacts, choose 1. Brea deals 3 damage to target player or planeswalker. Target creature gets -4/-4 until end of turn. Or you gain 5 life. Whoa. I mean, I get the mana cost, but I feel like it's a bomb, especially like... Okay, at least once, right? You will be able to activate it. But just imagine like in this artifact situation. Honestly, in limited, I think like easy. It's a bomb. With a little bit support, it can be just insane. I feel like. I get the mana cost, I get that. But truly, like for 4 mana, difficult 4 mana, so probably not here for drop, of course, but you get 3 bodies, and then, yeah, the activate ability is just go there. It's hard to do repeated. Well, maybe, but at least once, right? I mean, if you activate it only once, then probably it's not like a bomby bomb, right? Do we give it a 4 then? But imagine. Okay, let's give it a 4, just because same thing as it was with Ragdas. It needs a little bit of work, okay? It needs a little bit of work. You'd give it a 1? Really? Yeah, that's true. You cannot sack the spawns, which is annoying. It has to be quite specific. Really? I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna give it a 4, you know, because at least once, yes, if you don't care about the swaps or artifacts, it's a removal or whatever. And then maybe you can somehow make it work. Fixing is good in this set. Yeah, I feel like too. Alright, next up, Color of the Past. It's a mythic for 4 mana, 1 red, 1 red, 1 white, and 1 black mana. Legendary creature 2/2 with flying. Whenever it attacks an opponent, you may put an angel, demon, or dragon creature card from your hand onto the battlefield tapped and attacking that opponent. Nice, a nice flavor. I'm gonna try for it. Well, we'll see. Listen, maybe tomorrow it will be in our sealed pool or in draft, and we'll see how it works, right? It will be fun to watch if it happens. Anyway, Kali of the Boss up. Honestly, it looks like a 2/2 flyer, which is very hard to cast, right? For limited. Should be like build around. Do we have a lot of angel, demons, or dragons? I don't think so. Could be like a 2, maybe 2 or 2.5. I don't know. I mean, probably it can work sometimes, but it's a mythic. I'm not gonna first pick it, and I feel like it's just, you know, 2/2 flyer for 4 mana, which is hard to cast. I don't think it's worth it, to be honest. With Breya, we can, yeah, it's more complicated, I guess. 9 angel, demons, and Drake. Okay. Moving on. So yeah, 9 in the whole set. Imagine it's not allowed, right? 5 below rare. Yeah, well, it's not gonna work. All right, Breaker of Creation. Wow, 8 mana, 6 and double colorless. Eldrazi, 8/4. So yeah, here comes our big guys, Eldrazi. When you cast the spell, you gain 1 life for each colorless permanent you control, hexproof from each color, and Annihilator too. So it means that whenever this creature attacks, defending player sacrifices 2 permanents. Oh, okay. Right, so of course this is specific to this ramp archetype. Imagine you cast it with a bunch of spawn tokens, then not only it allows you to stabilize, you gain lives. Well, a significant amount of life, I would assume. Even like 3 would be good, right? And then, yeah, hexproof from each color. Ooh. Yeah, me too. I mean, toughness 4 is quite vulnerable, right? It trades with, of course, any creature with power 4. That is way cheaper than this one, but at the same time, it needs to attack once, right? So when you cast it to gain life, you attack with it, your opponent sacrifices 2 permanents. Oh, actually 2, yes, if you have colorless lands. Right. Listen, I'm gonna give it 2.5 because it's a specific to this archetype. It's not for every deck. It's not gonna be universally good, right? But in the right deck, I mean, this is your payoff basically for the ramp. This is why you want to play this strategy in the first place. Oh, really? Basic lands are considered colorless. I haven't thought about it. Whoa, listen. Then should we give it a 3 for this archetype? I mean, if I okay, here we rate them in general. In general, it's 2.5, but in the right archetype, honestly, yeah, this is what you need, right? Okay. Next up, Devourer of Destiny. This is a rare. For 7 mana, 5 and 2 colorless, Eldrazi again, 6/6. You may reveal this card from your opening hand. If you do at the beginning of your first upkeep, look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may put one of those cards back on top of your library, exile the rest. What? When you cast the spell, exile target permanent that's 1 or more colors. Alright. I mean, you don't have to reveal this card, right? Okay, you exile only 4 cards. I mean, is there a type of synergy with exile cards? I'm not sure, but it doesn't matter. I mean, okay, if you open this card, would you first pick? I think you would, and then try to build a deck around it. I think it's a 4. Because it's like once in a while it's a card advantage, and then it's like a creature and removal in 1. In the ramp deck, you'll be able to cast it faster. But yeah, don't forget about this colorless mana. It's like a 6 color basically. Yeah, it needs specific deck. But I would give it a 4, you know, being it a rare. And just thinking about, like, what if you open it? Would you first pick it? I think I would. And maybe try to build a deck around it. Because, like, you have tools. You have a lot of cards that support this strategy, to be honest. I don't think it's that hard to build this type of a deck. You wouldn't first pick it? Okay. I think I would try, but you know, it's specific. It's very specific. That's for sure. This Eldrazi. How do we, like, honestly, it's very hard. It's very hard to rate this Eldrazi cards and Eldrazi rares as you normally would. I mean, you know what? I probably would first pick it, and then, you know, I prefer to stay open, of course. I'm not gonna force this particular archetype, but if it happens, so why not? Anyway, okay, moving on. Drownyard Lurker, 7 mana, creature Eldrazi, Trilobite, 7/7 vigilance. When you cast or cycle Drownyard Lurker, create a 0/1 colorless Eldrazi spawn creature token with sacrifice this creature, add colorless. And cycling 3 mana, 2 and 1 blue. Okay, the fact that you can cycle it is great. It's amazing. So, honestly, this is good. This is really good. I feel like this is a solid 3 because it has this cycling option, cycling ability. Yeah, exactly. Like, you can ramp out with it, or if you're already set in the late game and you draw, you just cast it, right? Again, pretty hard to like rate these cards, to be honest. Of course, you would only play it in this particular archetype. Just in general, you wouldn't play it, right? Because in any other archetype, if you're like in energy, if you're in counters, you don't need this at all. Like, at all. But maybe in Dimir, when drawing cards matter, or and well, of course, in this Eldrazi ramp, it's gonna be. This is like still a 3. 7/7 vigilance for 7. Okay, let's give it 2.5, right? Mind you, I gave that Eldrazi 4 because it was rare. So there are a lot of nuances, you know, that you have to consider, like the rarity, the archetype, a lot of things that you have to consider when you rate a card. And this my rating system is like super easy. Like, I don't know, maybe I need to have more elaborated rating system, at least for this particular set. But you know, that's why we do this live, or that's why I do these videos, so we can discuss these nuances as well. That's true, that's true. Okay, honestly, the Eldrazi, they're difficult to rate, to be honest, because I don't know, it's hard to see the big picture just yet. Anyway, moving on. Echoes of Eternity, rare card. This is a rare card for 6 mana, 3 and 3 colorless. Enchantment, Eldrazi, Kindred, Enchantment. If a triggered ability of a colorless spell you control or another colorless permanent you control triggers, that ability triggers an additional tap. Whenever you cast a colorless spell, copy it. You may choose new targets for the copy, and a copy of permanent spell becomes a token. Whoa. So now, listen, this is another rare, and if we compare it to the previous rare, that was this Eldrazi, which I rated 4. This one, I'm not sure. Honestly, I feel like this is more difficult than that one, right? What was it called? Hold on, we'll come back to it. Where is it? This one, Devour of Destiny. This feels like, I don't know. What do you think about this card? Very slow and difficult to cast. That's true. I mean, if you're able to ramp fast, if you have like a bunch of those spawn tokens, then fine. But like, yeah, on its own, mana cost is hideous. And yeah, just it needs a lot of work. I would say it's a 2 just because, you know, it's a rare that is very risky, you know? If it was, let's say, an uncommon, then probably it would be a build around, but being it a rare, again, you see like the rares I rate, I don't know, you have different standards for rares. That's why usually I separate limited reviews of commons and rares, because it's just different. Okay, like your expectations from a rare and from a common are different. This map wasn't always gonna draft this if I get to the right packs. Okay. Yeah, that's true. I'll definitely give it a shot if I get the chance to. Agreed. No high hopes for it. Next up, Eldrazi Ravager for 6 mana, 5 and 1, colorless. Eldrazi 6/6 with Annihilator 1. Sacrifice 2 Eldrazi. Return Eldrazi Ravager from your graveyard to your hand. And it has cycling too. This is good. You know, this looks like a well-rounded Eldrazi card. Yeah. Colorless is a little bit annoying, so it's not a universal card. The ability also it tells you that, like, hey, you have to be in that archetype. So I would say, like, honestly, yeah, I like it. Ooh, it's a 3. It's a 3 in the right archetype. It's not universally good, of course, but I feel like we have to rate this Eldrazi differently, right? In the Eldrazi deck, it's definitely a 3. Yeah, cycling, of course. Any card that has cycling, especially like an expensive one, makes it just better. Right. Okay, next up, Emrakul, The World Anew. It's a mythic card for 12 mana. Legendary creature Eldrazi, 12/12. When you cast the spell, gain control of all creatures target player controls. Flying, protection from spells and from permanents that were cast this turn. Like, whoa. When it leaves the battlefield, sacrifice all creatures you control. And it has a madness cost, so you can discard it and pay 6. Like an alternative cost with madness, 6. Colorless mana. Ooh. Okay, listen, this is... this is a bomb. No, not a lot of reanimation spells, but... What are we talking about? It's a bomb anyways, right? I get a 12 mana, but yeah, probably forces you to have some ramping. In green, we have a bunch of mana doors, and you know, we've seen a lot of commons and uncommons that give you this spawns, whatnot. I guess with this one, you don't have to be necessarily in the Eldrazi archetype, but you have to be in the ramp one. But 12, yeah, but 12. It's a 5, but it costs 12 mana. It's a 10, but it costs 12 mana. If you're able to guess it, that's it. I'm gonna give it a 5 still. Because it's an mythic, and there is like I don't think that it's gonna be that hard to build that Eldrazi archetype. It's not your usual set, you know what I mean? Yeah. So madness means that you discard it, or you know, okay, I'm losing my mind. It's an alternative cost, right? If some spell or ability makes you discard, you just discard this card, pay a 6. colorless mana and cast it. So could be something too, not sure, but it's fun to have it, right? Okay. Glaring Flash Raker. For 3 mana, 2 and 1 colorless, Eldrazi Drone 2/2. Whenever you cast a colorless spell, create a 0/1 colorless spawn token. Awesome. Whenever another colorless creature enters the battlefield under your control, this creature deals 1 damage to each opponent. This is nice, but honestly, this is great. Okay, if you're in this colorless archetype Eldrazi, well, this is good. It's not universal. However, it's not universal, but honestly, it's good. I'm gonna give it 2.5 just because of the mana cost, right? So you have to have this access to colorless even before casting this spell. But other than that, it's great in this archetype. It's good. I think you would want that, that's for sure. Creating the spawns, ramping, casting Emrakul, living life. Okay. Moving on, Harrogast, Eruption Nullkite for 9 mana, Eldrazi Dragon, 6/6. It has Emerge, 8, 6, and double red. You may cast the spell by sacrificing a creature and paying the Emerge cost reduced by that creature's mana value. Ooh, this is nice. This is a very sweet alternative cost. When you cast the spell, you may exile your hand. If you do, draw 3 cards. Of course, it has flying, and each creature spell you cast has Emerge. The Emerge cost is equal to its mana cost. Awesome, amazing. It's another bomb. It's another bomb. And this one is pretty universal card. I would say in Ragdas should be good, should be particularly good, right? Oh, it's a dragon for Kali, right? Let's have that. It's a mythic. Except it that heralds the end. 2 mana, 1 and 1 colorless, Eldrazi, 2/2, colorless spells you cast with mana value 7 or greater cost. 1 less to cast. Okay, so this is also quite essential to draw for this deck, and other colorless creatures you control get +1/+1. Okay, so listen, again, it's very specific. It's very specific, but it's so good in this deck. In this colorless, right? It's like, I'm gonna give it a 3, but again, you have to have access to colorless mana, and then yeah, it says, yeah, if you have a colorless mana, pick me. I would say it like that. Yeah, this is interesting. Honestly, I'm very curious about this archetype. I think it's gonna be challenging in some ways because energy and counters, these archetypes, they seem easy, they seem obvious. And looking at these cards, like this is gonna be a real challenge. I don't think that it's gonna be that hard to draft, but it's gonna be harder, I feel like. And also, just now by looking at these cards and trying to rate them, like it's just not really comparable, right? We cannot really compare it to like a normal archetype. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think that it's gonna be hard either, but I feel like still it would require more work than, you know, energy ward counters. Okay, Kozilek, the Broken Reality, 9 mana. It's a mythic. 9/9. When you cast the spell, up to 2 target players each manifest 2 cards from their hands. For each card manifested this way, you draw a card. To manifest a card, put it on the battlefield face down as a 2/2 creature, turn it face up, anytime for its mana cost if it's a creature card. So basically morphing creature from your hand, and other colorless creatures you control get +3/+2 up to 2 target players. So you, oh no, you don't have to. Nice. Listen, of course, I think it's a 5 again. Yeah, like ridiculous. Ridiculous. Okay, ramp is gonna be a thing for sure. Look at this. Payoffs. Insane. Okay. Kozilek's command, X and double, colorless, rare, kindred instant Eldrazi. Choose 2. Target player creates X01 Eldrazi spawn tokens. Target player scries X, then draws a card. Exile target creature with mana value X or less, and exile up to X target cards from graveyards. It's great. Again, if you're in this colorless archetype, this is insane. Yeah. So, I guess we're about to see how many lands give us colorless, right? Other than that, let's give it a 4. I don't know. All right, next up, Null Elemental Blast. 1 colorless mana, instant. Choose 1, counter target multicolored spell, or destroy target multicolored permanent. Huh. Multicolored. Well, there are quite a few. I think it's a sorta. Let's say it's a sideboard card for this archetype, right? Other, or just 1. Let's call it a sideboard card. Okay, next up, Null Drifter. It's a rare. 7 mana, Dress Elemental, 4/4. When you cast the spell, draw 2 cards. Blind Annihilator 1 and Evoke 3. Nice. Evoke cost is very nice here, right? So for 3 mana. You draw 2 cards. Like if you cast a force, evoke cost. I think it's very good. I like that it has this evoke cost. I think it's for this rare, right? Also looks like more of a constructed card, but for limited. It's gonna be good too in this ramp. I mean, of course. Next up, Twisted Riddle Keeper, 8 mana, Eldrazi Sphinx, 5/5 with Emerge 7/5, 1 colorless and 1 blue. Same thing, Emerge means that you can cast it by sacrificing a creature and paying the Emerge cost reduced by that creature's mana value, which is very nice alternative cost. Then, When you cast the spell, tap up to 2 target permanents, put a stun counter on each of them, and it has flying. Okay, it's quite specific, but honestly, I feel like it's gonna be very good. I like this emerge cost. I think I'm gonna give it 3.5. Just bear in mind that, you know, for this particular archetype, for the ramp, not universal, of course, but I really like that it has an option of emerge. It has this ability, turn to cost sort of thing. True, that's why, you know, it's like, yeah, as I said, I don't think you can rate these Eldrazi cards as you normally would the rest. Like, you cannot compare them really to the rest. Okay, Ulamog the Defiler. Another Eldrazi. Mythic, 10 mana, 7/7. When you cast the spell, target opponent exiles half their library rounded up. It has ward, sacrifice 2 permanents. Okay. And it enters the battlefield with a number of +1/+1 counters on it equal to the greatest mana value among cards in exile. It has Annihilator X, where X is the number of +1/+1 counters on it. This is like, okay, all of this, Ulamog Kozilek, and oh my god, Emrakul, like, if you cast it, you win the game. Good morning there. Yes, review in Modern Horizons, but honestly, like, there has to be a separate section like specifically dedicated to Eldrazi. So now this rating system, you know, it's like a review within a review, let's say. So I'm reviewing this Eldrazi just like within this particular archetype, because honestly, you cannot compare them to the rest, really. It's very specific. Well, opponent exiles half the library. Well, if it's not over, it's gonna be over soon, I feel like. Yeah, like, come on, it's a bomb. Next up, Warped Tusker, 7 mana. Eldrazi Boar Beast, 6/8 reach. When you cast or cycle this creature, create a 0/1 Eldrazi spawn, cycling 3. Okay, so this is probably the cycle rate of this card, so we've seen already. And Eldrazi with cycle 2 and 1 blue. This is cycling for 2 and green. Again, I think it's alright. Probably like 2 and 5. Alright, Wastes-Scape Battle Mage, 1 and 1 colorless. 2/2. It has kicker, green and or 1 any color and 1 blue. When you cast the spell, if it was kicked with its green mana kicker, exile target artifact or enchantment opponent controls, and when you cast the spell, if it was kicked with its blue mana kicker, return target creature in opponent controls to its owner's hand. This is nice. This is interesting. Pretty fun creature for this archetype, right? Also, it is in semi-colors, which probably are going to be your main colors if you draft this Eldrazi archetype. So I would say that it's a 3 for this particular thing. Like, to be honest, you can kill any bomb, right? And then just proceed with the game. But if you don't kill a creature that is a bomb, you lose. Okay. Next up, now we have everything in the set. Here we have a creature with prototype, alright. Frogmare, Enforcer, 7 mana, 4/4 affinity for artifacts, and you can also cast it for its prototype cost, which is 4, 3 and 1 red, and same thing, but it's a 2/2 creature. Nice. This is nice, actually. And it's an artifact. This is fine. Like 2.5, I would say. Like specific for this archetype, but or is it more like a filler though? Like realistically, even its prototype cost. Huh. You know what? I think it's more like a filler, to be honest. Somewhere there, yeah. Not great. Okay, so now we're done with colorless. I assume we're moving on to just artifacts. Okay, and before we proceed, again, let me just go on a quick pause and I'll be right back. All right, final push. Let's do this. So we have only artifacts and lands left. So let's continue. Disruptor Flute for 2 mana artifact with flash. As it enters the battlefield, choose a card name. Spells with the chosen name cost 3 more to cast. Activate abilities of sources with the chosen name can be activated unless they're mana abilities. It's a rare, and it is a constructed card. I don't think you can. You're gonna play it unlimited ever. I don't think that you would want it in your sideboard either. It's a constructed card. That's it. All right. Next up, Idol of False Gods for 2 mana. Kindred Artifact Eldrazi. So it has an active ability for 2 mana, 1 and 1 colorless. Tap, create a 0/1 Eldrazi spawn token. Whenever another Eldrazi you control dies, put a +1/+1 counter on Idol of False Gods. As long as Idol of False Gods has 8 or more +1/+1 counters on it, it's a 0/0 creature in addition to its other types, and it has Annihilator 2. Okay, nice. This is interesting. This is nice. Like, really? Imagine for this deck. Paula of City, thank you so much for your raid. Hello there. Hello, raiders. How are you? Another 2, yeah. Honestly, this is not bad. Imagine this is good, right? For this Eldrazi deck, I would want to play it for sure. Yeah, it reminds me of what was it? And Crimson Bow. Do you remember this artifact, the statue that? My god, it was something when you sacrifice a blood token and what, it becomes a creature or something like this. I don't know, for some reason it made me think of this thing. So like at the beginning you ramp, which is good, and then it just becomes a creature that it's hard to deal with. Again, can you get it rolling with colorless mana? Because once the spawns are flowing, it's doing everything Eldrazi deck wants. Right, exactly. Have to have access to that colorless. Listen, I'm gonna give it a 3. Again, with the like, we have to have this remark for it, you know. That like we're creating Eldrazi within Eldrazi archetype and not within the whole set, if it makes sense. Because of course, if you're not drafting this archetype, you don't need it at all. You don't have access to colorless mana. Next up, Solar Transformer for 2 mana artifact. It enters the battlefield tapped. When it enters the battlefield, you get 3 energy counters. So for tap, you add colorless, by the way. or tap and pay energy, add 1 mana of any color. Nice, interesting. But the drawback that it enters tapped. However, you get 3 energy. So it's not really for Eldrazi, is it? For energy is fine. I would say like still like sort of pillar level card. Next up, Vex and Bauble. 1 mana. Whenever a player casts a spell, if no mana was spent to cast it, counter that spell. Or 1 mana, tap and sacrifice this artifact, draw a card. This is a constructed card. Weird mix of archetypes. Yeah, it's just a weird mana rock, I would say. And I'm pretty sure that you will have better access to energy anyways. Winter Moon is a rare for 2 mana. Players can't untap more than 1 non-basic land during their advanced steps. Okay. And skip it. Next up. Okay, and do I have lands? No. Basic snow land. Colorless. Alright. Is it like all together? Oh my god, it's gonna be horrible if lands are not separated from the rest. Ooh. Okay, snow-covered wastes. I mean, you probably can pick it up late. I don't know. I'm just gonna skip it for a moment. Artifact, Emerald Medallion. For 2 mana, rare green spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. I mean, even if you're in green, probably you can all justify buying this card. I don't know. I don't like it. And it's rare. Full cycle of this. Okay. So let's come back to... So I guess, yeah, this is a cycle. It's just annoying that they're all scattered. Anyway, let's rate this cycle. I'm gonna give it a 2.5 to all this cycle. I don't know. To this colorless mana specific to the colorless archetype, of course. Okay, moving on. Chat Medallion, black spells you cast. Oh, you were talking about this. So this is a... Okay, yeah. Same thing. No, it's okay. I would assume that this snow colorless lands, they're also a cycle, right? Junk Diver, 3 mana, 1/1 flying. When it dies, return another target artifact card from your graveyard to your hand. I mean, yeah, maybe in this Ragdas sacrifice artifact archetype, but still think it's good enough, you know, and just one, I don't know. Could it be like 2.5 maybe? Could it be 2.5? Just, you know, because it's quite specific, or it's still a filler. I like still a filler. I don't know. I may be wrong. Some cards, you know, they surprise you when you start playing the set, but probably not this one. Again, depends on the archetype, how good it's gonna be. How strong. Okay. Snow's the waste, but anyway. Pearl Medallion. They're scattered. Forget it. I mean, I really like this layout, but yeah, like putting cards together with them could be better. Separating. Anyway, Ruby Medallion, same thing. The organ is a little odd. I agree. Also, it would be nice to have signposts at the beginning, right? Separa Medallion. Okay, or not. Next up, Urza's Incubator for 3 mana. It's a rare. As it enters the battlefield, choose a creature type. Creature spells of the chosen type cost 2 less to cost. Again, Eldrazi. Right? It's kind of funny, but at the same time, it's a 3 mana artifact spell. It does nothing when you cast it. Not possible, but okay, that's why we'll give it to 2 and not 1. Next up, Worn Power Stone for 3 mana. Artifact, it enters the battlefield tapped, and for tap it adds a 2 colorless mana. Like seriously, what's the why? Why do I have to enter the battlefield tapped? Maybe. Tux, thank you so much for the raid. Hello there. Honestly, I don't like that it's tapped. If it wasn't tapped, then I mean, it would be alright. Sort of this, like an upgraded mana rock. But still, like, I don't know. Like, imagine you tap out, you do nothing at all. This is horrible. But maybe like it's a necessary. Well, we shall see. We shall see. As for now, getting the colorless is a big deal. Yeah, the question is how hard it's gonna be, right? So it's either 2 or 2.5. I don't know, it depends. Okay, let's give it 2.5, just maybe because it's gonna be difficult to get that colorless. I don't know. Again, let's rate it within this colorless archetype, I guess. Maybe you're right. Maybe it's not as bad, but I didn't like it. All right, so we're done with artifacts. Now the lands. Phyrexian Tower. It's a mythic legendary land. Here you go. It adds colorless, and for tap and sacrifice a creature, you can add double black. It's great. But again, for limited, imagine you open it. Probably not gonna first pick it, right? But if you're in this archetype and in black, of course you will be happy to pick it up. Archway of Innovation. It's a rare land card. It enters the battlefield tapped unless you control an island. For tap, you add blue mana, and for 1 blue and tap, the next spell you cast this turn has Improvise. So, basically, you tap artifacts and cast this spell. I played. I'm not picking it. Oh yeah, 100%. Okay, this is. I'm pretty sure like these lands are good. Probably it. Yeah, definitely. It's definitely a 3. I mean, maybe not if you don't have a lot of artifacts, but it's nice to have options, right? For limited, so can be useful, but again, it's rare. Okay, this rare, so it's a cycle, right? Arena of Glory. This was Archway of Innovation. It is 3 or because this. It's actually important because to get it, it gives you colorless mana. This is quite situational. Probably, like, honestly, 2.5. Okay, let's give this 2.5. Especially being it a rare. Yeah, Arena of Glory. Same thing, but for 1 red and tap. Exert Arena of Glory, add 2 red mana. If that mana is spent on a creature spell, it gains haste until end of turn. And exert permanent 1 to tap during your next untap step. Interesting. Is it better than the previous one? I feel like this is more universal, actually. Yeah, I feel like this is more universal than the Archway. True, yeah. Alright. Okay. Bloodstained Mire. Okay, fetch lands. Da-da-da-da. Well, I'm gonna all rate them a 3 fetch lands. Reprints. Okay, what else we have here? Bountiful Landscape. Okay, it adds colorless, then for tap and sacrifice, search library for basic forest, island, mountain, or mountain. Put on the battlefield tab, then shuffle, and you can also cycle it. It's great. Honestly, this is amazing. This is good. This is real good. Very, very nice. So you're colorless and okay, I see ya. Contaminated landscape. So yeah, same thing. Okay, they're all threes. You know what? Those lands are very important. Yeah, it does everything, honestly. You don't have to be in this colorless archetype because, you know, it stabilizes you. Just any evolving wilds, right? And it has cycling. Just great. Those lands are great. Those are going to be very high picks, I think. Intimidated landscape. So, as per colors. Deceptive landscape. Abzan. Okay, this fetch lands, Flooded Strand, Foreboding Landscape, Multicolors. Okay, Monumental Henge. This is a rare card. Again, it has an activate ability for 4 mana, 2 and double white, and tap. Look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal a historic card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library. So artifact, legendaries, and sagas are historic. I think it's also good, you know, because in white you will have sagas, you will have what? However, no. Like enchantments are not legends, right? Yeah, I agree. This one is 2.5 again. A little bit. I mean, it's okay, but a little bit too specific. Same with Archway, the blue land from the cycle. Right, next up, Perilous Landscape, Jeskai. True, the lands are very nice actually. Put Delta reprint, fetch land, see the landscape. Greg says, okay, I was blanking out here. Shadowy Landscape, Mardu, Sheltering Landscape, Naya. Okay, Ships in Woodland, it's a rare land, and this activate ability you have to have Delirium, and also pay 4 to and double green. It becomes a copy of target permanent card in your graveyard until end of turn. Activate only if there are 4 more card types not cards in your graveyard. Ooh. Nice. Okay, like listen, this could be huge, but I guess for limited, it's too specific. Still playable, for sure. Could be something. Okay, Spy Master's Bolt, another rare card, rare land. From this cycle of the lands that enter the battlefield unless you already control a swamp, plains, whatever. So it gives you black mana, and for 1 black and tap, target creature you control connives X, where X is the number of creatures that died this turn. I guess, you know, same thing. This could work once in a while. But being it a rare, you know, if you pick it up, fine, but of course you're not gonna first pick it. Draft. Next up, Tranquil Landscape. Sword Band colors. Twisted Landscape, Jumped, Ugin's Labyrinth. Imprint. When Ugin's Labyrinth enters battlefield, you may exile a colorless card with mana value 7 or greater from your hand. Okay. So for tap, it adds 1 colorless. If a card is exiled with Ugin's Labyrinth. If a card is exiled with Ugin's Labyrinth, add 2 colorless instead. And for tap, return the exiled card to its owner's hand. This is very specific. And it's a mythic. It's a mythic land. His first pickable in paper. Not an arena. Urza's Cave at 1 colorless. Here you go, this is finally an uncommon. Then for 3 mana and tap, sacrifice it, search your library for a land card, put it onto the battlefield tab, and shuffle. This is great. Honestly, again, quite specific to the archetype, but essential. Because truly, you need as much colorless mana as possible, and it's not given. You have to draft it. Okay, Olivis, GG, thank you so much for your follow. Hello. Right. Next up, Windswept Heath, another Patchland, Reprieve. Oh, Reprint. Sorry, I'm already losing it. Lucky, thank you so much for your follow. Thank you. Wooded Foothills. Okay, Barbarian Ring. It adds 1 red and deals 1 damage to a Threshold, and so you have to have 7 or more cards in your graveyard to activate it. You pay 1 red, tap, sacrifice, and it deals 2 damage to any target. I mean, it's fine, right? To any target also. Okay. What's up next? Okay, here it comes. The cycle of this threshold. Lens, right? So this one, Syphilid Coliseum. Sacrifice it. Threshold, blue tap. Target player draws 3 cards, then discards 3 cards. Activate only 7. Okay. Honestly, they're all not bad. Yeah, that's true. Deserted Temple, Threshold, but okay, this is a rare land. It gives a colorless and for 1 and tap target land. I mean, you would not first pick it, of course. Could it be a 3? Could it be a 3? Deserted Temple. Wow, a lot of lands here, right? They're all pretty good, actually, pretty useful. It's not... Okay. Nesting Grounds. Right, so this is uncommon. Gives you colorless, and for 1 and tap, move a counter from target permanent you control onto another target permanent. Activate only sorcery. Nice, nice. This is nice, actually. Really nice. Could be universal. I mean, I'm gonna give it a 3 just because it's access to colorless and also maybe useful in this counters archetype. Or should I give it 2.5? Let's get 2.5. But actually, this land, it's pretty good. I like it. Okay. That's it? This is this last card. This is the last card. That's it, people. That's it. We did it. Oh my god. Wow. This is nice. Honestly, since it was my first impressions, probably need to collect my thoughts before, you know, I sort of give it any kind of conclusion, but like out of my hands straight away, like energy archetype is gonna be a thing, of course, counters archetype, and Eldrazi. And the rest. I think those are gonna be 3 main archetypes. Of course, there is this Ragdust artifact, I don't know, and draw 3 cards, but those, like, those look more maybe difficult and I don't know, less impactful, but we shall see. Anyway, it's a wrap for this review and first impressions. Thank you all so much for watching, for commenting. I'm gonna upload this VOD on my YouTube channel, so check it out later. Right, if you like my content, please give me a follow. It would mean a lot to me. Usually I stream Magic Arena or Magic Online, and tomorrow is super exciting. I'm gonna stream early access on Magic Online starting at at 7 p.m. Central European Time. So hope to see you then, and let's raid somebody. Sonic75, thank you so much for a follow. Thank you. Appreciate it. Right, and again, if you have any suggestions, if you have any ideas or modern brews with the new cards, please let me know. Join my Discord or, you know, tag me on Twitter, whatever. I would love to try it out tomorrow on stream. All right. Let's raid. Sorry, it takes some time. Okay. Why is it so slow? Bear with me. Okay. Okay. Let's go. Bye-bye, people. See you tomorrow.